of the Republic of the Philippines.
The 21st session of the Senate, the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator Raffy Tulfo will lead the chamber into prayer.
Panginoon, mahal naming Panginoon, sa ngalan po ninyo, kami po ay nagtitipon ngayon sa bulwagang ito upang gampanan ang aming tungkulin. Naway kami po ay bigyan ng patnugot at gabay na magkaroon ng karunungan, lakas at kalusugan na mapagtagumpay ang mga bagay na aming tatalakayin sa araw na ito at sa mga darating na panahon. Naway ang aming dangal at pagkamakatuwid ang mamamayani sa amin upang sa lahat ng aming gagawin ay para sa pangkalahatang kabutihan. Amen.
Amen. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
What about Lisa Ontiveros? Is she there? Series is there? Si Ma'am, si Risa, wala. 22 lang ako nakikita. With 23 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Before we take up official business, our distinguished colleagues, I'd just like to put on record the birthday of our Senate Secretary. If I may, I beat you to it, Majority Leader, because he's our Senate Secretary, and I'd like to greet Secretary Ray Bantug. Happy birthday, sir.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, and don't forget to treat the 2,000 or so Secretariat members. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We join the Senate President in greeting our Senate Secretary, Secretary Bantug, for his 18th, 21st birthday, 58th birthday, and we wish him all the best. And again, there is a tradition that you're supposed to treat all of us. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 20th Session, Tuesday, September 13, 2022, and consider the same as approved.
Any objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we proceed, Mr. President, we have here with us guests from the gallery, and I move that they be acknowledged and welcome in this August chamber. We have Press Secretary Trixie Cruz Angeles, DPWH Secretary Manny Bonoan is also here. Guest of this representation, Mr. President, Mayor Christy Angeles of Tarlac City. Guest of Senator Win Gatchalian, Congresswoman Lordan Swan of Cagayan de Oro, and Mayor Ruel Molina of Zamboanga del Sur. Guest of Senator Bato, Pasig City LGU, led by Councilors Kiko Rustia, Volta de los Santos, and Angelo de Leon. Aurora Pacific Ecozone, Vice Chair Israel Madukdok is with us also. The guest of Senator Bongo, Mindanao Development Authority officials, led by Secretary Maria Belen Acosta. Guest of Senator Jinggoy Estrada, Congressman Nelson Dayanghirang of Davao Oriental. Guest of Senator Pia Cayetano, Mayor Ian Mendez of San Miguel, Bohol. Guest of Senator J.V. Ejercito, DOJ Secretary Boying Remulla. And also guest of this representation, Congresswoman Jam Baronda of Iloilo and former Congresswoman Sam Vargas Alfonso of Cagayan Province, DBM Secretary Amena Pangandaman. We welcome all of them in this August chamber, Mr. President.
Yes, welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen. And all your requests, you can direct them to the office of Senator Bato de la Rosa. He's willing and able of accepting all these requests.
Mr. President, the distinguished lady from Taguig City and Patero, Senator Pia Cayetano, would like to manifest, and I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes, our distinguished colleague from Taguig and Pateros is recognized. Senator
Thank you,
Cayetano.
Mr. President. Thank you. A moment of silence. Can you hear the beeping? Okay,
Yes.
anyway, I've had this on my table for about 3 weeks. And I was always waiting for the right time to bring it up. So I'll bring it up now because it started beeping. This is a carbon dioxide monitor. Tama ba? Carbon dioxide monitor. And the acceptable limit depends on the size of the room and the ventilation. Obviously, look around, colleagues. We have 0 windows. And we're a pretty full house. So it's beeping because we are over the acceptable limit. Wala tayong magagawa. It's a fact, no? I'm just sharing this info with you so that in the future designs of government offices, private spaces, that's part of the bill that I filed, Sustainable Cities and Communities, we are in danger. Not just COVID, but any other lung or pollutants kasi mas hindi na safe ang pag-circulate ng hangin. So, FYI, that's how it is. Alam na alam ni Senator Bato to because he was present during one of the hearings that this was gifted to me. And ang ideal na narinig namin is around 700, no? More than kasi nagbibip na siya eh. So, yun lang. Keep your mask on na lang and let's try to improve our ventilation in whatever way we can. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes. Senator Tolentino is
Tolentino is
recognized.
also seeking the floor, Mr. President.
Just a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President. Although the Secretary now is a birthday celebrant, for the last several days we have been dispensing with the reading of the journal, but we don't have a copy of the journal for the last several sessions, Mr. President. So,
I believe we
that's-
have a
that's
new
my
rule.
query,
Did
Mr.
you
President.
request it? Did you request it, sir, printed? Because I think Senator Cayetano had mentioned that only if necessary. It is an e-copy. But if you wish, we can give you the printed copy.
I thought the e-copy delivery is optional for those who are techies, but as has been the tradition, it has been placed in our desk.
I think the
before
general
this.
rule that was agreed upon was that
So we
we
have
will
changed
only
the-
give the e-copy, and the exception will be for those who request for the printed copy.
I have a continuing request for a hard copy, Mr.
Okay,
President.
sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You are just like me, Your Honor. I
Mr.
also like to
President.
read it physically.
Sir
Mr.
President,
President.
Senator Cayetano is
it's not Senator Tolentino's fault because his laptop was supposed to be from DepEd pero overpriced, hindi niya tinanggap. Kaya wala siyang soft copy. Kaya kung pwedeng hard copy yung...
his laptop is too slow.
Mr. President, also at this juncture, may I also ask that we recognize and welcome our MTRCB Chair, Ma'am Jorelia Soto Antonio. She's the daughter
Yes,
of
the daughter of our
Senate
former
President.
boss.
Yeah, she's also here.
Yes, our best to your father, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for
Do
special
you want to
orders.
tackle first the journal or no? Just the journal? Tapos na?
We did.
Oh, we're done. Okay, my apologies.
We did. Again, Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 4 on Senate Bill number 1306, and ask the Secretary to read the title thereof.
Is there any objection to the motion of the Majority Leader? There being none, the motion is approved.
An act postponing the December 2022 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections, amending for the purpose RA 9164 as amended by RA 9340, 10632, 10656, 10923, 10952, and 11462, and for other purposes.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 1306 under Committee Report number 4 and recognize our chairperson, Senator Amy Marcos of the Committee on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation to sponsor the measure.
Is there any objection to the motion of the Majority Leader? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, my esteemed colleagues of the Philippine Senate, good afternoon. Today I submit to this chamber Committee Report number 4, sponsoring herewith Senate Bill 1306, an act entitled Postponing the December 2022 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections, amending for the purpose RA 9164 as amended by RA 9340, RA 10632, RA 10656, RA 10923, RA 10952, and Republic Act 11462, and for other purposes. 3 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, I sponsored the first act passed by the 18th Congress, postponing the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections from the second Monday of May 2022 to December 5, 2020. I then made a promise in full plenary on public record that it would be the last of the repeated postponements of the barangay elections. Today, in the immortal words of the late great Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago, let me confess, just as she did, I lied. I lied. Levity aside, there are compelling reasons why I must renege on that promise. The fact that the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections have been postponed relentlessly through decades merely underlies the unfinished business of deeper issues plaguing both the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan systems. Unang-una, halos taon-taon na tayong nag-e-eleksyon. At kung tutuusin, napakaikli ng 3 taon para gampanan ang napakabigat na trabaho sa barangay. Responde sa tuwing may bagyo, maghahabol ng magnanakaw, mamamagitan sa kapitbahay kapag tumawid ng baboy sa bakuran, pati sa away ng mga asawang nagseselos, lagot sikap. Nung tinamaan tayo ng COVID, sila ang sadyang naging frontliners mula sa ospital hanggang sa bahay-bahay, maging sa bukid at lansangan. Love ko sikap, ang sabi ni Senator Bong Revilla. Sabay rin si Senator Lapid, Cayetano, Ejercito, Escudero, Estrada, Tolentino, na tulad ko na nilbihan sa lokal. A quick review reveals that every barangay election since 1989 has been postponed, resulting in an actual extension of term averaging 4 to 5 years. Hence, I propose that the term of barangay and SK officials be finally extended to 6 years and permanently fix their elections every May, the year following presidential elections. In fact, I have filed Senate Bill number 1195 last August 16, 2022, positing just such an extension and fixing the dates for both the barangay and SK elections for good. Man din di ko tanggap bilang dakilang Ilocana ang gastos na nilalaan sa kada eleksyon. Manual lang nga at hindi automated, pumapatak pa din ng bilyon-bilyon. Sa hirap ng panahon ngayon, hindi ba dapat tayong puspusan magtipid? Magagalit higit sa lahat si Senator Angara sa atin na panay ang hanap ng pera. There is likewise a need to revise and streamline the present Sangguniang Kabataan system. In particular, the feasibility of abolishing the Federasyon ng Sangguniang Kabataan at the barangay level, only maintaining it at the city and municipal levels. Ironically, the good intention of our first anti-dynasty legal provision contained in the SK Charter, disqualifying relatives up to the second degree of consanguinity of affinity to any incumbent official, has rendered ineligible a large class of voters, particularly in the small barangays of 200, 300, 400 voters, where almost everyone is blood related or by marriage. In my view, instead of an SK federation, a single SK representative in every barangay or municipal council should be considered. Perhaps a federation, a full federation, is warranted only at the city or provincial level, with the additional proviso only of reorganizing the SK Federation every 3 years or at midterm, thus avoiding the need for yet another election. Bilang orig na kabataang barangay, lola na po ng mga SK, pakiwarin kong gaganda ang takbo ng SK kapag naisaayos ang kanilang termino kasabay ng mga barangay kapitan. Thus, this proposed election postponement is a means to buy us time for a series of measures that the Committee on Electoral Reform and People's Participation is proposing to Congress. This is merely a preliminary measure to give us time to study and debate the deeper issues confronting the barangay and SK systems under our present law. A word of caution, too, regarding the budget COMELEC has requested for the postponement. Out of the 8.441 billion pesos allotted for December 2022 barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections, there should be a balance by month's end of roughly 7.583 billion. COMELEC claims, however, that they have somehow obligated or disbursed far more. And then they are requesting that should the elections be postponed to December 2023, the amount of 18.441 billion should be provided in the 2023 budget. That is over 218% more than their budget this year, an amount I think is unmerited. Sa tingin ko, kung kailangan magdagdag ng additional na 15% na additional precincts, 15% karagdagang botante, 15% na teachers at BEI, 15% sa mga supplies, dapat 15% lang ang idadagdag sa dating budget ng 8.4 o mahigit kumulang 9.6 billion. Kung nagtapat ang dakilang senador Miriam Defensor Santiago na siyang nagsisinungaling, may sinabi rin siya, kahit sinong tanga pwedeng tumakbo sa posisyon at posibleng umani ng boto sa kapwa niyan tanga. Wala naman sigurong tanga dito, kundi lahat matitinik at masisipag na senador nakatuon sa trabahong hinaharap. September at bare months na po, ramdam na ang Pasko. Paspasan na natin ang pagpapaubaya ng halalang barangay at SK ngayon. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo at mga minamahal kong kasamahan sa Senado.
Maraming salamat, Madam Amy Marcos, our chairperson. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Cavite, no other than Senator Ramon Bong Revilla. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from Cavite, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to give my full support to this measure. The postponement of barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections is a hot topic that needed to be discussed. And matters related thereto had to be divided urgently before we incur more costs that could otherwise be spent in other government programs that would benefit our people. Narinig na natin ang mga punto na magkabilang panig. And in the interest of the greater good, another postponement cannot be evaded. Nagpapasalamat tayo kay Senator Amy Marcos sa mabilisang aksyon dahil alam nating mismong COMELEC na ang nagsabi na hanggat walang batas na naipapasa ang Kongreso ay patuloy silang maghahanda para sa darating na eleksyon. Ang ina-avoid po din natin dito, Ginoong Pangulo, ay ang magkabangga pa ang mga magkakabarangay, magkakaibigan, magkakapitbahay. Wala naman palang eleksyon. Yun po ang ating dapat ma-avoid. At kailangan ang pinal na desisyon para mahupa ang namumuong pagtutunggali sa ibaba. Hindi na dapat palalong lumala ang sitwasyon sa ating mga barangay. We have to diffuse this brewing tension, and it can be achieved only after we settle this once and for all. Sa panukalang ito, tinimbang natin ang sitwasyon ng bansa sa kasalukuyan. Ang hirap ng buhay at hindi pa rin natatapos na pandemya sa isang banda. At ang epekto ng postponement sa buhay at kapakanan ng taong bayan. To strike the balance, Mr. President, in pushing for this postponement, we also have to ensure that it will be utilized so that more Filipinos are able to exercise their right of suffrage come elections time. After all, their choice always decides the fate of our nation. If the able sponsor, Senator Amy, would allow, may this representation be co-sponsor, Madam Amy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Senador Revilla. And before we recognize anyone else,
Mr. President,
is there a lot
there is
of
a list here on this rostrum, Mr. President, and we'd like to move that we recognize the next co-sponsor.
Before you recognize the next co-sponsor, I'd like to also take note that Secretary Manny Bunuan is with us in the gallery. You already greeted him. You mentioned
yes,
him
we
later.
acknowledge him.
Those who want to see him, particularly the members of the CA, he's making himself available the whole afternoon to talk to all our members. Just for the record, may proceed.
Yes, Mr. President, and before we proceed, I am moving that we adjourn the session at the back, Mr. President, because we can actually hear them here, Mr. President.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Should I call the Sergeant at Arms? Not necessary. It's not necessary, General. We'll appeal to our colleagues in the back if we can.
We appeal, Mr. President.
They can bring them to the lounge
Yes,
here
Mr.
before the anti-lounge
Yes.
to talk to the different secretaries.
Yes, and at this juncture, Mr. President, may I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Davao, Senator Bongo, to co-sponsor the measure. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the island of Mindanao, the great city of Davao, Senator Christopher Bongo is recognized.
Barangay election. Mr. President, I would like to co-sponsor Senate Bill 1306 postponing the December 2022 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. First, I once again congratulate the COMELEC for the successful and generally peaceful conduct of the May 2022 national elections, which was truly commendable as it was the first electoral exercise in the Philippines to be conducted during a pandemic. As officials of the basic political unit in the country, barangay leaders and SK officials are considered as frontliners in the delivery of basic services in the community. Sila ang araw-araw na humaharap sa ating mga kababayan at nagsisiguro ng kaayusan sa mga barangay. They are the primary planning and implementing unit of government policies and programs and projects in the community. Naintindihan ko po ang trabaho nila dahil sila po ang kaharap ko araw-araw noon. Mga suki po yan at kasamahan natin sa serbisyo. To give local officials of the barangays and Sangguniang Kabataan ample time and continuity to pursue and implement the programs they have set in their respective jurisdictions. I am endorsing this proposed measure. Bigyan natin sila ng mas mahabang panahon para ipatupad ang kanilang mga proyekto na maaaring naantala dahil sa pandemya nung nakaraang 2 taon. Mr. President, gusto ko lang palalahanan ng COMELEC na kapag ipagpaliban natin ang eleksyon, dapat nilang siguraduhin na mas maraming botante ang makakaboto sa susunod na barangay at SK elections. Hindi dapat makompromiso ang karapatan ng ating mga kababayan na makaboto. Iengganyo natin silang magparehistro at bumoto ng kanilang barangay leaders sa susunod na eleksyon. Habang ginagawa natin ang lahat upang malampasan ang krisis na ito, hindi dapat mapabayaan ang ibang serbisyo na dapat ibinibigay ng gobyerno. Kasama na dyan ang karapatan ng taong bayan na bumoto. Lagi nating unahin kung anong makakabuti sa mga Pilipino, sa mga barangay at SK officials, ma-postpone man o hindi, patuloy ninyong gampanan ang inyong tungkulin at huwag pabayaan ang mga mahihirap, needy, helpless at hopeless nating kababayan. It is for this reason that I would like to request to be made co-author of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next on the list is the distinguished gentleman from the city of San Juan, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from San Juan, Senator Jinggoy Estrada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I'm honored to co-sponsor Senate Bill 1306 under Committee Report Number 4 of the Committees on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation, joint with Committees on Local Government and Finance. Let me convey my deepest gratitude and appreciation to our esteemed Chair of the Committee on Electoral Reforms, the Lady Senator from Ilocos Norte, Senator Amy Marcos, for her urgent action on the bill filed by this representation. This measure, postponing the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections to December of next year, is one of my priority bills. It takes a place at a pivotal time for our country. The COVID-19 pandemic, which has adversely affected numerous aspects of our daily life, continues to spread among the population more than 2 years ever since its arrival in our country. Despite all the advancements we have made since then in trying to mitigate the risk posed by the disease, such as the rollout of vaccines and booster shots, there still exists the need to focus our efforts, resources, and time so that we can truly eradicate this disease and build our economy and our country back to its fullest potential. Mr. President, our barangays for the past 2 years of the pandemic have cooperated with the national government's efforts to stop the virus, them being at the front line in giving social aids to help mitigate its risks. However, the negative consequences of the pandemic also affected the barangay system and its ability to effectuate the programs and policies for which they were put in position to accomplish. The respectable leaders of the numerous barangays and Sangguniang Kabataan all over the country were not given the opportunity to truly serve their constituents. With the barangay being the most basic form of government in our country, it serves as the pillar from which government is able to accomplish its duties and obligations, managing the citizens at the level that the national government simply could not match. It is vital that they be at least given the opportunity to fulfill their electoral mandates, making up for opportunities taken away by the pandemic. It would be most prudent to do so, since by ensuring the execution and implementation of the programs they were elected for, it warrants a better cohesion of government at both the barangay and national level, which is essentially a key to the betterment of our country. Furthermore, as the most recent national elections have demonstrated, elections in our country have sowed divisiveness and violence among different individuals and groups in our society. Families, friends, and even strangers have attacked each other due to differing political views during the past election, and with majority of the government, including no less than His Excellency Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos, advocating for national unity and peace and security, holding an activity that would fuel the still apparent divide in our political system would be most inappropriate. Sa Kongreso po, inaatang ng batas ang responsibilidad ng pagdetermina ng halalan at termino ng ating mga barangay. At para sa ikapagkakaisa ng ating politikal na pagkakahati-hati, dulot na nagdaang pambansang halalan. Gayon na rin po ay para sa layunin na mabigyan pa ng sapat na pagkakataon ng ating mga barangay na tapusin ang kanilang mga proyekto at programang naantala dahil sa maraming lockdowns at 2 taon ng pandemya, at ay ating ginagamit muli ang kapangyarihan ibinigay sa atin ng batas. Even though differences in ideals and policies is fundamental, vital, and indeed the very essence of democratic governance, this representation believes that we need to tackle first the problems which are truly negatively affecting every single Filipino on a day-to-day basis, such as the lingering effects of pandemic, surging inflation, and rising cost of living. This bill is set out to fulfill this very objective. Mr. President, I look forward that this measure will be enacted into law at the soonest possible time. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much, sir, distinguished colleague, Senator Jinggoy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next, and last but not the least, is the distinguished gentleman from Cavite, the Honorable Senator Francis Tol Tolentino, to co-sponsor the measure. I move that he be recognized, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished colleague from the great province of Cavite, Senator Francis Tol Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. President. I join my colleagues as well as the chairperson of the Committee on Electoral Reforms in pushing for the postponement of the Barangay Sangguniang Kabataan elections, not just as a former local government chief executive, but as the vice chairperson myself of the said committee. Mr. President, previous speakers have spoken. The lower house have spoken resoundingly clear that it should be postponed. Election fatigue should not be overstressed. Mr. President, just this morning and late this afternoon, we witnessed the confirmation of the new DILG Secretary Benhar Abalos Jr. Mr. President, Secretary Abalos, since this morning, during my private talks with him and during his committee confirmation hearing, stressed the need to amend the decades-old local government code. And Mr. President, amending the local government code would not just adding additional functions, Mr. President, modifying functions, Mr. President, of the officials enumerated therein. Amending the local government code would entail restructuring even the basic functions of the barangay officials as well as the Sangguniang Kabataan officials in relation, Mr. President, to their newfound functions relative to the implementation of the Mandanas ruling, Mr. President. That's why, Mr. President, I am in favor of a 1-year postponement of the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections because it will pave the way for the revision, the long-awaited revision of the local government code. And Mr. President, the time of 1 year would probably be sufficient enough for our barangay officials to lead in the grassroots level the post-pandemic economic recovery envisioned by our President and the national government. For those reasons, Mr. President, I associate myself with the previous statements of my colleagues, and I ask that I be made as co-sponsor of the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Aurora is seeking the floor. I move that we recognize Senator Sani Angara.
The great province of Aurora with Benham Rice on its east coast.
Thank you, Mr.
You are
President. It's very
recognized.
short, actually. I just wanted to, because my interest was piqued by the remarks of Senator Tolentino. The local government code actually states that there should be a mandatory review every 5 years. So we don't shirk from that legal duty that we should review it every 5 years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I would like to associate myself with that statement, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1306 under Committee Report number 4.
Is there any objection to the motion of the majority floor leader? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we, at this juncture, I move that we refer, Mr. President, the privileged speech of Senator Robin Hood Padilla delivered last September 12 to the Committees on Health and Demography and Ways and Means. I so move, Mr. President.
Is this the speech on medical cannabis?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, there any objection to the motion? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration on Senate Bill number 1310, or the Subscriber Identity Module Registration Act, as reported out under Committee Report number 5.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this measure is that we close the period of sponsorship, and I now move that we open the period of interpellations.
Is there any objection? There being none, the period of interpellation is open.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, I move that we recognize the sponsor, the distinguished lady from Pangasinan, Iloilo, and the Republic of the Philippines, the chairperson of the Committee on Public Service, Senator Grace Poe, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Yes, our distinguished colleague, Senator Grace Poe, is recognized to sponsor, and Senator Pimentel to interpellate.
Ay, kasi nandito yung ano.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. With the gentle lady from the Republic of the Philippines yield the floor for a few clarificatory questions. Actually, this is a very timely and much needed bill, which we support, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you. That's very encouraging to know. We'll willingly answer a few questions, Mr. President.
Yes, para lang po, salamat po, para lang po sa kaalaman ng mga kababayan natin na sumusunod sa ating proceedings dito sa Senado. Ito pong panukalang ito ay ano po ang layunin nito? Ano po ang kanyang overall objective po?
Unang-una po, ang pakay nito ay ating seguridad. Sapagkat nakikita natin ang kapangyarihan ng mga salitang pinapadala sa mga text, at hindi lamang po yun, marami pong maaring naluloko na rito at naluloko na, at nagagamit din ng teknolohiya na ito para sa mga gawaing krimen katulad ng terorismo, pagdedetona ng mga kung ano-anong mga bomba para na nangyari na sa iba't ibang lugar.
So ito po ay matutuganan natin, ma-address natin dahil sa mandatory, ito yung mandatory SIM card registration na po ang ating gagawin.
Mr. President, again, it's not a silver bullet, but it's a step in the right direction. Kasi po, ang nagiging problema ng mga salarin ay gagamitin nilang isang number, pero pag gumawa sila ng kalokohan, pag hinanap sila, tatapon lang nila yung SIM na yon. So gagawa din sila ng bagong krimen. Kaya po ito, kahit na hindi natin masupil lahat, at least medyo mapipigilan na yung iba na nagpapadala ng mga random texts.
Oo nga. So kung makikita po natin na ang krimen, ang klase-klase ng krimen na pwede nang gawin ngayon sa ng teknolohiya ngayon na mobile communications, modern technology, nabanggit po ng ating sponsor is from terrorism to scam,
Yeah.
to fake news, krimen din yata fake news. Hanggang doon din po sa mga ano, kasi meron din akong panukala kasi yung sa proteksyon ng ating mga delivery riders and drivers sa mga hoax ordering. Ito din po ba ay matutulungan ng panukalang batas na ito?
Sa tingin po, kasi katulad niyan, yung nagpapanggap na Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, di ba? Nag-order ng isang truck yata ng wine. Siyempre po, pag nakarehistro ang isang numero na yan, mas pag merong supina, may supina, makukuha yung impormasyon kung sino may-ari nung cellphone na yon at pwedeng mapuntahan ng mga pulis o kaya ng mga officers para maimbestigahan. Ang importante rin po kasi dito, pag nagparehistro po, kailangan may valid government ID or similar identification.
Correct. So hindi, ang gusto ko lang pong palabasin is yung range ng mga krimen na kanya-kanya tayong karanasan eh. Iba-iba ang mga karanasan natin na na-scam tayo or pero up to terrorism pala. Nabanggit ka kanina na ang pagpapasabog ng isang explosive device o bomba pwedeng daanin through a phone call or a text message, ganun ba yan?
I suppose,
As a trigger?
Ito po, ganito po kasi, may mga iba't ibang sangay ng gobyerno na tututok sa depende kung anong klaseng violation. Halimbawa po, fraud o kaya nagsascam, no? Yung NTC, forward yan sa telcos na hanapin yung number na yan. Tapos sila naman po ay pwedeng i-forward either sa NBI or sa PNP. Ngayon, kung ito naman po ay terroristic activities, dahil nalaman na nag-iimbestiga na phone detonated yon, syempre, ang mag-iimbestiga nun, CIDG, NBI, ganun po.
Kaya nga, pwedeng phone detonated ngayon ang mga explosive devices. Sinusuportahan ko lang po yung sinabi ko kanina na very timely and relevant and much needed. Ito pong panukala natin na at least one step, no? Hindi naman talaga siya sagot sa lahat ng fraud, sa lahat ng problema, pero yung anonymity, di ba? Anonymity yata po ang situation po ngayon. Tama
Makes
po ba?
it so much easier. Opo. Siyempre, pagka wala kang anonymity, as you say, they hide obviously behind that. No?
Abuse.
They abuse it.
Yeah.
Yun lang po. That's one step. But of course, we have to strengthen also the cybercrime divisions of the different security agencies in our country.
Yes, we just have to do what we have to do, and we have to do it one step at a time and with the correct step. Kasi ang pagkaalala ko po, Mr. President, parang second attempt na natin ito. Nakapinasa na natin isang measure noon, except that, na naging vulnerable tayo sa na-excite yata tayo, nagkaroon ng additional subject matter. So, na-violate natin yung one subject matter expressed in the title per law. Ganun po yata ang pagkaintindi ko. Tama po ba yun, Mr. President?
Marami kasing mga iba't ibang pumalag, no, doon. Dahil nga yung one subject rule violation. Pero alam mo, pagka gumagawa kasi ng batas, katulad nung anti-terrorism law, di ba? Marami ring mga ibang kategorya na nilalagay para mapalakas yung batas na yon. Pero sa puntong ito po, nakita natin na pwedeng ihiwala yon, yung code of conduct when it comes to the use of social media. Yun po ay pwede sa komite ni Senator Robin Padilla sa public information. Ito po, para lang talaga sa mga telco and mga
So focused,
SIM.
yes, Mr. President, so itong ating panukalang batas ngayon, more focused on the registration of SIM. Hindi na, at narinig ko po ang ating sponsor, ayaw na niyang gamitin yung SIM card, SIM na lang dahil sa ano na naman pong development sa teknolohiya, bakit hindi na SIM card ang terminology po ngayon?
Kasi po, Mr. President, di ba dati, hanggang ngayon, pupunta ka sa mga tindahan, third-party reseller, pwede po kayong bumili ng card mismo, physical card. Tapos isa-scratch off mo yung number. It's been a while since I actually used prepaid, but I think that's how it is. Subalit, sa Ngayon, meron ng eSIM.
eSIM, yeah.
eSIM. So, parang ita-text na lang sa'yo yata yung numero na gagamitin mo na code. So, there's no physical card. So, we're actually catching up with technology in this way by being broader in our definition.
In that particular case po na eSIM, ang application po ng batas na ito ay bago mo makuha yung code na yon, which is your eSIM, magre-register ka. So, parang ganon.
During our discussion, of course, they'll have to be able to polish and present a process on how to register. Their proposal, Mr. President, is this. For example, you pay for a SIM number that you get. That will not be activated until you provide the information needed, meaning yung valid ID, which has your address, date of birth, obviously your name. And how is this done? Part of their proposal is you have to go to the PTEs, the public telecommunications entities. Hindi po pwedeng magpa-register dun sa mga tindahan sapagkat vulnerable po ang ating mga impormasyon doon. So pupunta ka talaga sa telco office o kaya katulad din ng ginagawa sa ibang bansa with the proper security features, you can register online, but you have to have a selfie and you have to show your ID. Obviously matching your face. May mga ganon, but it's done even in Singapore. Those are some of the proposals that they have. That's why in the crafting of the IRR, kasi Mr. President, although we don't want to leave it to the agencies to do the IRRs because sometimes they stray away from the spirit of the law, we have indicated here that when drafting the IRR, stakeholders have to be present, including members of the telco companies, so that they can provide the technical advice on how to write doable and workable implementing rules and regulations.
So nabanggit po ng ating sponsor, Mr. President, yung Singapore. Ako rin nagkaroon ako ng experience when I went to Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. Mag-try kami bumili doon ng local SIM. Kailangan nga ng registration. But that was years ago when I attended the peace talks yung sa BARM. So that means talagang practice na pala ito ng ibang bansa decades before us. Kumusta po ang experience po ng ibang bansa which practice this? Wala bang reklamo on number one, violation of data privacy, their personal information? Di ba sila nagreklamo that they are, because of this, surveillance is by the state is easier, or nagreklamo ba sila it's more difficult now to get a SIM card or a cell phone?
Well, Mr. President, I think I'm familiar with your story that you tried to register for SIM, but it was quite it was onerous, no? Parang, so I understand that it is more steps to be able to obtain a SIM number, but then I think it's better that way because we're just adding safeguards. In fact, several countries already have implemented this, including including Saudi Arabia, I think Australia, well, China. In the entire Asia, we're just one of 3 who are not implementing this. That's Hong Kong, Israel, and the Philippines. But South Korea, for example, Japan, are all implementing this already. And Mr. President, unless otherwise presented, I haven't really heard of any clamor against this or an uproar against the process of registering their SIM.
Yes, so talking about the legislative history of this measure, I'm sure nung committee hearing po nito, Mr. President, I'm sure inimbita natin ang mga telco representatives. Ano naman po ang position po nila? Ano po ang kanilang mga observation or comments?
Mr. President, the telco companies are highly supportive of this because their platform is not limited to just allowing the texts to be sent or voice calls to be made. Transactions are made in e-banking or even in purchases using the cell phone. As we know that Globe has GCash, Smart has PayMaya. So for them, it is actually advantageous to be able to pinpoint exactly who the user is, so that if there's any fraud that has to be investigated, they'll be able to find those people much easier than if there was no registered number.
Okay, but I was just curious to know, pero kung ganun ang stand nila, so no opposition from the telcos. Akala ko kasi it might affect their sales or yung number of subscribers because pwede kasing because of the ease in subscribing or in buying getting a SIM or SIM number, baka patamaan po yung sales nila. But
Well,
if that's not the case, I'm
yes.
glad to hear that.
Actually, Mr. President, I'm sure may mga magrereklamo. Diba? Birthing pains yan palagi. But maybe at the start, it will be, they'll receive a deluge of people who would like to register. But it's also cell phones and electronic devices that transmit messages have become a necessity. So it's almost like, sa ayaw mo at sa gusto mo, kakailanganin mo yan. Pero kailangan mapangalagaan din ang ating mga kababayan.
Yes, Mr. President. Just a very short interjection in support of our distinguished chair. In fact, during the hearing, out of the 162 million subscribers of Globe, Smart, and Dito Telecommunications, 15.7, if I'm not mistaken, 15.7 million complainants has been received by these telecommunication companies. And according to them, the only way they can address this issue is if you have a registered SIM card, Mr. President. So just to put that on record, Mr. President. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that additional information, Mr. President. So natanong po natin ang telco sa committee hearing. So pati po ba ang consumer groups or natanong po ba natin? At ano po yung kanilang stand?
Mr. President, yes, we have included them in our consultation. There had been really no strong objections to it.
Okay.
Initially, democracy.net had some reservations regarding the privacy of the subscribers. So we explained to them that there is a repository of all of the information, which will be the responsibility of the PTEs or the public telecommunications entities. But before anybody can obtain a record or the information of a subscriber, they have to have a subpoena from the proper government authorities. So either from the courts or those that have subpoena powers like Congress and also the NBI and the BIR, etc.
Okay, ang importante, walang we consulted, the Senate consulted with the consumer groups, and there's really no strong objection to the idea, to this measure. Okay.
Initially, they had a reservation until it was clarified to them, and I totally agree with the initial reaction because even if I have to submit my information, but all of us here, admittedly, have a postpaid account which we already have submitted our information.
Yes. Kaya nga, more or less, Mr. President, hindi ako nakatingin sa atin eh. Natingin ako dun sa
mga iba na
other sectors na
prepaid.
society na, let us say, hindi sanay mag-fill up ng form, masyadong hassle sa kanila, sa paningin nila ang pag-fill up ng form. Baka ngayon, because of this, ma-deprive ngayon sila of access to modern telecommunication methods or facilities.
Yes, Mr. President, I think it's the best interest also of the PTEs to make sure that their application and submission of records of the subscribers is user-friendly. Kasi siguro ayaw nilang mabawasan ng so gagawin nilang mas madali. Kaya kasama po din sila sa pagbalangkas ng IRR.
And kada PTE will have a database, but parang nabasa ko po sa panukalang batas, we will also have a central database. The telcos will be submitting their databases to a central database.
No, Mr. President,
Okay.
to make it more efficient and so that there won't be too much leak of information, we are holding the PTEs responsible for keeping the records of their subscribers for a period of 10 years. And during the hearing, it was also discussed, and I mentioned, that those who have access to that information should be limited. Like hindi pwedeng basta-basta lang ordinary worker dun sa pwedeng hanapin yung number na yon, then alam ka agad kung sino.
Yes. So meron palang parang confidentiality or the safety of the personal information.
There has
So,
to be.
yes.
I think that's the primary concern, of course, is to preserve our right to privacy. But as any right, it is not absolute. As long as if you are already violating the rights of others and committing a crime.
I'll just my last points, Mr. President. I'll just touch on technology, some technology. Yung roaming, di ba? If a foreigner visits the Philippines, naka-roaming po siya. Such a situation is not covered by this bill.
Mr. President, of course we want better security. On the other hand, we will clarify in the period of individual amendments that any device that is not we are only limiting this law to the devices that are locally registered, because local SIMs. Because, Mr. President, if we're lucky, if that roaming number can be identified, and if the country has a reciprocity when it comes to information, and if that country also has this law of SIM registration. Pero sir, pero Mr. President, for example, that number is from the US. They don't have this SIM registration, but they have other laws in place that can easily trace a number and its area. Mas magaling ang investigative technologies nila doon kaysa dito sa atin.
So we make it of record that the United States, which we look at for possible models, hindi po sila nagre-require pala.
Hindi sila nagre-require.
So there must be a reason bakit. So
again, I think, Mr. President, if I may speculate, I think because they have one thing is, when we travel to the United States and we have a SIM there, I never really get any unwanted text or spam. If ever, they always ask the person if you will allow solicitation or you will allow your phone to be submitted for a database for other marketers. But they're very strict about that in the US, and they have the capability to follow through. Whereas here in our country, our investigative agencies are unfortunately very poor in equipment, in technological advances.
Technology. It's a question of technology. We are not the inventors of the technology. We are mere consumers. So in the United States, Mr. President, that question whether you would want to receive some text messages is asked before the SIM is released, before the SIM is bought.
No, but my experience there is through if let's say you log on to a store, like if you want to check their website, you order something, they'll ask you, would you like to receive notification? It's actually the burden of being able to protect the privacy of the consumers is actually lodged on the merchants. Parang meron silang self-regulation. Dito sa atin, parang yun ang medyo hindi pa natin
Sige.
na ano.
So at least thank you for letting us know that the United States is not adopting this system. I-research ko lang kung hindi constitutional yung objection nila, maybe on rights. Tignan natin kung
Pero
hindi.
I think the concern, and I think the concern should really be if it violates our constitutional rights. And I would like to assure Mr. President, our good minority leader, that we've looked into this and there's no violation, because even when we register for our electricity or even our landline, we provide information. So this just happens to be a more advanced technology, and it's just like registering your car. I don't see, as long as they don't sell your information. The US, they probably don't find the need to do it because of their other capabilities, but I assure the gentleman and our minority leader that this is not a violation of our constitutional rights.
And I'm not raising any point on that matter also, Mr. President. So, just one last point. Ito parang ka-encounter ko lang ito na isang phone manufacturer will release a new model, wala nang need for SIM. It's already built in. So can we take a look at that, and probably if we can understand what that is and if it's covered by this measure, and if we need to change the language to anticipate technology, kasi ang bilis ng ang andar ng technology.
That is a very good suggestion, Mr. President. Yes, we will look into that.
Yes, yun po yung parang ano na daw, it's going to be built in the the subscriber subscriber identity module. So anyway, I just brought that up, Mr. President, so that we can prepare for that. So I'd like to reiterate my support for this bill. This will address a lot of our concerns, hindi lang tungkol sa spam, ulitin ko nga, from a possible use of mobile technology from terrorism to fraud to scamming, at marami pang ibang mga terms, new terms ngayon. Phishing. I think the majority leader will propose amendments na iba-ibang mga terms, to fake news, and all the way to the hoax ordering of our delivery riders and drivers.
They're still investigating who really ordered those wine. Actually, there's some questions and controversy regarding that, Mr. President.
So with that, Mr. President, I will terminate my interpellation and thank our good sponsor for the time given to me. Thank you, Mr. President.
I would like to thank the minority leader for the clarity and also for the inputs that he had, and of course for being very gracious and keeping his interpellations short.
Majority Leader? Yes, Mr. President, before we close the period of interpellations and debate, may I move that because there's a request from Senator Bongo and Senator Francis Tolentino to be made co-author of this measure. So I move that they be considered as co-author, Mr. President.
There's an objection. Motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you, Mr. President. I'm glad to get the support of two hardworking senators for this bill.
Yes, Mr. President, at this juncture, there being no other member who wish to interpolate on the measure, I move that we close the period of interpolations. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the chamber, I now move to open the period of amendments.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With no committee amendments, I move to close the period of committee amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, for her amendments.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. For individual amendment on page 2, line 16, section 3D, after
Interior amendments, Mr. President. I have an proposed amendment in line 12, page 2. If that's okay.
this is line 16. Okay, go ahead with your line.
Can
12.
I go ahead? Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleague. On page 2, line 12, insert a new paragraph, letter D. Smishing/vishing shall refer to a type of phishing attack that targets victims through mobile texting, messaging, or voice calls that may include sending or providing hyperlinks, redirecting to legitimate-looking but fraudulent sites that may steal users' personal data, introduce mobile malware, or commit other frauds. Ito po ay ating ipinopropose, Ginoong Pangulo, sapagkat ito mismo yung root cause din ng problema ng ating maraming kababayan na nakakatanggap po sila ng maraming smishing at vishing, Mr. President.
Mr. President, before we rule on it, may we request our support staff to go back to the original full frame. Alam kong magandang lalaki ang ating majority floor leader, pero nakikita naman natin siya eh. So, hindi kanina.
Oh, yes.
It's the speaker's face and the photo of the words. I just want to read the words. And
Then we ask our
split frame.
technical team, there you go.
Thank you.
So that we can all see the proposed amendment.
Mr. President, I'm inclined to accept. I will accept it. But if it will, if I will be allowed, I would propose to remove the line legitimate looking, the words legitimate looking, redirecting to but fraudulent sites.
Yeah.
Tatanggalin yung but. So, legitimate looking but. So, redirecting to fraudulent sites.
Just a reminder, Majority Leader, instead of line 12, I think it should be line 14. Should be inserted in line 14.
Because, yes, line 13, Mr. President, you're correct. Sorry. Line 13, because line 13 is for spoofing and the registered SIM. So
Page 2, line 13.
yes.
So, we accept that amendment without the words legitimate dash looking, comma, but.
Sorry.
Or may I
Definition of terms pa lang.
may I propose, if I may, with the permission of both of our colleagues. I understand the concern of the sponsor is the word legitimate looking. So the sponsor is proposing redirecting to fraudulent sites, right? Directly to that.
Yes.
Yes, okay. But I think that the concern of the proponent is that he wants to emphasize that mukhang totoo. So I think without it will still be okay, or the sponsor may accept something that says seemingly legitimate. But that's her choice. I'm just giving a suggestion. I'm just trying to help out with options. To fraudulent, but yeah, that's an option.
Yeah, the rationale why we propose not to include those words is because what if it's a site that's not legitimate
At
looking.
all, yes.
So parang,
Doesn't matter. It's fraudulent.
As long as it's fraudulent,
Yeah,
yes.
agree.
okay, so we just take out, we will accept the good suggestion of our minority leader, Mr. President, without the words legitimate.
Majority.
Majority.
Baka naging opposition ako bigla.
The majority working with the minority leader. Oh, di ba? Parang si
So does
SP
the
lang.
sponsor accept?
Yes, without those legitimate dash looking, comma, but.
May ano ka?
Yeah, Mr. President, accepted na, di ba?
Hindi pa napapasa.
Di pa. But before it is accepted, Mr. President, because this amendment now introduces phishing attack. Yung phishing ko letter F eh. So ano ba itong tinignan ko po sa definition of terms natin, walang phishing. So is that already a common word, phishing?
Yes.
No need to define, pero
If I'm not mistaken, yes, it's a
Kasi phishing, voice attack.
Voice
diba?
attack.
Smishing is text attack.
yes.
yeah, phishing is not defined in our definition of terms. Do we need to define phishing? Kasi we are now
I don't think it hurts if I may.
kasi
I don't think it hurts. I had the
we
same
can-
observation.
to define, yeah. Kasi-
I don't think it hurts to define because it's still a fairly new term.
Magiging line E na siya.
Wala ba tayong definition ng smishing?
Okay, sige.
I don't mind, Mr. President, if we can define phishing.
I-define mo na.
We can define.
Ano muna?
You want to go, Mr. President, can we go back to that?
Yes, we can go back to page 2, line 12, as we are looking for
A definition of phishing.
yeah, and we will propose it later, Mr. President. I will do that to define phishing, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr.
Well,
President.
guys, before we continue, Mr. Majority Leader, your amendment should be letter D, no? And
Yes.
then yung spoofing will now be letter E.
E, yes.
So this
But, we
amendment will come ahead.
Yes, yes. What we will suspend that for a while, Mr. President, as there might be some anterior amendments later on. We will just ask the sponsor to be recognized for her individual amendments, Mr. President.
The sponsor, Senator Grace po, is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. On page 3, line 1, section 5, before the word registration, delete the phrase sale end.
Are there any objection? There being none, amendment is accepted.
On page 3, line 11, section 5, before the word that, replace the term SIM buyer with end user. This is an omnibus amendment such that all referral to SIM buyer in the bill shall now be referred to as end user.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendment is accepted.
On page 3, line 16, section 5B, replace the semicolon with a period and insert a new sentence that reads, for juridical entities, the certificate of registration as well as the duly adopted resolution designating the authorized representative in case of corporations and a special power of authority in case of other entities shall be presented.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendment is accepted.
On page 3, line 20, section 5E, before the word, add the word local.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendment is accepted.
On page 4, line 5, section 6, before the word database, delete the phrase a centralized and replace it with its respective. I so move.
If there's any objection, there being none, the amendment is approved.
On page 4, delete lines 19 to 21 and replace it with, in case of any change in the information after the registration of the SIM or the loss of SIM, death of the subscriber, or any request for deactivation, the subscriber shall inform the PTE through its facility established for such purpose, provided that in the case of death of a subscriber, such fact may be reported to the concerned PTE by the immediate family, relatives, or legal guardian. In case of any change in the information after registration, the concerned PTE shall clearly note such change in its database. In case of loss of SIM, death of the subscriber, or request for deactivation, the concerned PTE shall deactivate said SIM within 24 hours from the report of the subscriber, provided that, regardless of any deactivation, the relevant data and information shall be retained by the PTE pursuant to the pertinent provisions of this Act. I so move.
Mr. President,
We'd like to recognize the Minority Leader, Senator
medyo
Pimentel.
mahaba-haba na yun, mahirap sundan, wala kaming copy, or kung pwedeng i-flash din,
flash.
pero wala po kaming copies eh.
Maybe the sponsor can
flash it.
provide.
Just basically, that amendment is just saying that if a person dies, and the telco is notified to deactivate or to transfer the name to another subscriber who is a legal guardian or who is a relative, that needs to be noted, and that the information of the change shall be kept in the database for a period of 10 years. That's pursuant to this law, that PTE should keep the information for at least 10 years.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, we're already in the period of amendments, pati nga mga comma, semicolon, inaano na kino-correct natin. So we get the what's the
gist.
meaning, the gist, but how is it expressed? I think we need to see
Okay,
it. Mr.
maybe request the Secretariat to
If they can print it, Madam
we will
Sponsor,
print it. No, can we upload it?
or we can upload it if you can place in the
Okay.
screen.
Maybe we can ask for. Yeah.
Session
Can we-
suspended for just 1 minute.
President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration on Senate Bill number 1310 under Committee Report number 5. So moved, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to resume consideration on Senate Bill number 1290 as reported out under Committee Report number 2.
There is a motion of the Majority Floor Leader. There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, the status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellations. I move that we open the period of interpellations.
The motion is to open the period of interpellation. There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, may we recognize the sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, and to interpellate Senator Coco Pimentel, our Minority Leader.
The chair recognizes the sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, and to interpolate the distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the good sponsor will yield the floor for just a few clarificatory questions, Mr. President.
Gladly, Mr. President.
Well, as mentioned in the lounge by the Senate President, this is one of the so-called happy bills.
Yes.
And actually, if we succeed in doing this, Mr. President, we will modernize our communities and our local government units. That is the impression I get from reading the measure, Mr. President. May I know from the sponsor, because this will, I think, require a redesign of how our roads and streets, boulevards are constructed. If there is a government agency which is in charge of implementing this measure, should this become a law?
Mr. President, let me start by saying that yes, indeed, this is a happy bill, as the Senate President and the Minority Floor Leader have mentioned. And it's a happy bill, especially if we can ensure the proper implementation. Because as His Honor knows, and this addresses the question now in place, we already, well, most of our cities, especially those in the metropolitan areas, have long established their network of roads, no? May semblance of a main road and then may side roads. So, in this bill, we recognize that in the creation of the Safe Pathways Network, which is a network of three particular pathways: bicycle lanes, walkways, and slow streets. In the creation of those, in the designation, because as I said, in existing cities, in metropolitan areas, especially municipalities, nandyan na yung kalye. So they will simply have to designate, not really create new streets. They will modify the use of the streets. That's how I'd like to put it, Your Honor. But so the LGU is primary here in redefining the use of these streets. It's the LGU with the community. The community has to participate. I'll give an example, Your Honor. And this is very common. Pag may patay po, lalo na yung style probinsya, kasi sa amin po sa Taguig, we call Taguig probinsiyudad. Pag may patay dun sa isang barangay, sinasara yung kalye, di ba? Madalas mangyari yun kasi maglalabas ng trapal sa labas ng bahay. Trapal, o ano ba tawag doon? Tent? Lalabas sila ng tent. Pagkatapos, yung tent na yon sa nipis ng mga kalye, parang hinarangan niya na lahat ng ibang dadaan na sasakyan. Kaya effectively parang nasasara yung kalye. So that's almost like a slow street. So the LGUs will have to define this, Your Honor. But the bill specifically says that traffic rules and regulations should be followed, and LGUs shall consult with DOTR. And of course, when it comes to national highways, then that's DOTR, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President, that is what I have noticed na this this idea of the LGU doing things in consultation with the DOTR and then sometimes in consultation with the DOTR and the DPWH is repeated numerous times in the measure, Mr. President. I'm just worried that because we are not pinpoint, in my opinion, in my opinion, we may not be pinpointing the government entity or level which is responsible for certain acts. Baka hindi po ma-implement ito ng mabuti. Yun lang po yung aking worry rito. Ano ba, kailangan pa ba nating klaruhin ano yung sa LGU, ano yung sa DOTR, ano naman yung sa DPWH?
Well, actually, Your Honor, considering that this is a bill that we first introduced in the previous Congress, and we had numerous hearings and consultations with stakeholders, this representation on her own is really not an expert on these matters, but we really had a very vibrant discussion with various stakeholders, and I can say that this final wordings that we have in our bill were agreed upon by various stakeholders. Now, I think that's a feat, Your Honor, considering that the interests of bikers may be very originally were very different from DOTR, because as we know, DOTR primarily is involved in motorized transport, parang mas ganun, ano? Pero I think the pandemic accelerated the acceptance and the need to be inclusive for other types of transportation, particularly active transportation. So, to repeat, and for the record, Your Honors, the general rule is that LGUs shall handle the Safe Pathway Network, and they will do this in consultation, well, for bike lanes, in consultation with DOTR and the Department of Public Works and Highways, for the reason that if the roads are under construction, to the extent that DOTR may have designated certain roads as major thoroughfares, they need to consult with these two agencies. And national roads, in particular in Metro Manila, the DOTR in coordination with DPWH, and we even mentioned here MMDA. And this is born out of necessity because some major thoroughfares like EDSA go through various cities in MMDA, in Metro Manila, and the MMDA somehow provides the guidance or the cohesive guidelines for all of these different LGUs, Your Honor.
For example, Mr. President, Section 11, sources of funding. The funds necessary for the implementation of this act shall be sourced from the amount set aside by LGUs for infrastructure projects within their jurisdiction, as well as from the appropriations of the DOTR and the DPWH under the General Appropriations Act, and the Special Road Fund from the Motor Vehicle Users Charge as provided under Republic Act number 8794 as amended. Yun po yung tanong ko, yung paano po yung how will this work, Mr. President, yung appropriations of the DOTR and the DPWH under the GAA? Ibibigay po nila sa LGU?
The example I'll give, Your Honor, is actually in the budget for 2022, and I think maybe even 2021, again, because this was very, it's very hot, very, it was a topic that was very much discussed, because remember we saw health workers using bicycles and even walking to the hospital or to their places of work. DOTR actually recognized this need. And if I'm not mistaken, Bayanihan 2 also included a budget for this. So DOTR then could, depending on the actual project, because there were projects that are defined under them, it's within their jurisdiction, they would use it. But where? But I will also add to that here, let me add to this. Specifically in November 2020, so this is the time of the pandemic, this is the pandemic budget for 2021, the DOTR secured 1.3 billion to fund the installation of a bike lane network in Metro Manila, Cebu, and Davao as part of its pandemic recovery plan. The budget was a portion of the 9.5 billion funding allotted by Congress to the DOTR under the Bayanihan to Recover as One Act. And then the 2022 GAA gave 2 billion for active transport development. I can read this, no? The amount of 2 billion appropriated herein for active transport, bike share system, and safe pathways program in Metro Manila shall be used to construct, protect bike lanes, procure bike racks, improve end-of-trip cycling infrastructure, construct safe and accessible pedestrian pathways, and upgrade existing pop-up bike lanes into permanent bike lanes. So,
Sa
that's an
2022
example.
po yan? 2022.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, okay, so...
So I'd like to assure His Honor that mukha namang clear naman, at least for this major agency, DOTR, and I know MMDA was part of the discussions here, clear naman sa kanila yung mandate
Na-access
nila.
po, na-access ng LGU yung funding, bale?
Well, wala namang choice si DOTR but to implement that in the LGUs, right? As to whether they implement it themselves or give the fundings, I have to say that out na po ako doon. Hindi ko
Pwede
na
nating-
pinakailaman yon.
Pwede matanong during the
Pwede,
the budget
pwede.
hearings.
Yes,
Opo,
yes,
opo, how
Mr.
na.
President, we can do that.
Sige po. Sige po. Ang isa pong concern ko lang po dito, yung Section 6 on traffic laws, rules and regulations. All users of non-motorized vehicles and electric personal mobility devices shall obey traffic laws, rules and regulations, and shall be subject to existing penalties for violation. Okay yung shall obey. I mean, syempre to have order even in the safe pathways network, we must have order. Pero will they be subject to penalties for violation?
Yeah.
Just by virtue of Section 6 and this phrase, the last part of Section 6?
Your Honor, our intention in the crafting of this particular provision is that we're not changing anything. Whatever existing traffic rules and regulations there are, we're simply saying that by opening up our streets to multi-use, and that includes bikers and other users of electric personal mobility, they will also be bound, and as His Honor says, tama naman yon. But if there are penalties, they should also be penalized. I'll give an example, Your Honor. As a biker, pag nag-traffic light, nagsistop din ako. Strict po ako dyan kasi takot na takot ako pagka merong hindi rin susunod na sasakyan, ako nakabike lang, di ba? Pero meron ding bikers, and the presiding officers knows that. May bikers na hindi sila susunod. Pagka tinuloy nila yun, pwede silang hulihin kasi stop nandun ka sa area na dapat stop, di ba? Yun lang naman po yung intention natin dito, na you're not exempt, you must also follow. If it is relevant to you. If it's not relevant, then it doesn't apply.
So, the measure uses the phrase traffic laws. And we have found some laws which can qualify as traffic laws. So, is the measure referring to the Land Transportation and Traffic Code, which is RA 4136, also the Anti-Distracted Driving Act, which is RA 10913, Anti-Drunk and Drugged Driving Act, which is RA 10586. Seat belts use. Hindi siguro.
Hindi na
Yeah.
relevant.
I do not know. Maybe there may be
There might be
invented.
Exactly.
Yes,
That's true.
Seat Belts Use Act, RA 8750. Motorcycle Helmet Act, RA 154. And then Children's Safety on Motorcycles Act, RA 10666. These are just some of
yes.
the laws which may qualify to be encompassed or referred to by the phrase traffic laws in Section 6, Mr. President. Am I correct in understanding that all of these laws will automatically be applicable?
To the extent relevant, Your Honor. That is our intention, to the extent that it is relevant. So like His Honor said, you mentioned seatbelt. So right away in my mind, bisikleta, seatbelt, parang wala naman.
Parang
But
wala.
then, because the person interpellating me, the minority floor leader, has a little child. How old? Two po, no? 2 years
2
old.
and a half, yes, two and a
Helena
half
is
years
2.
old.
Naisip ko na on some bikes, you can put a child. And the child should also be wearing a helmet, should be in a, I mean, I've seen bikes with baby carriers, may seatbelt po yun. You know, so I could extend that by analogy, but really the idea here is to ensure that they follow the safety precautions that were put into place for their own protection, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. But therefore, this is actually a penal provision or section. So, because it will now subject them to existing penalties for violation, according to this paragraph 1 of Section 6. So,
Your Honor,
I think we follow our general rule that when we penalize, we better be
yes,
very specific
I
as
agree.
to the acts to be penalized, Mr. President.
Your Honor, to put on record, to be clear about this, if it does not clearly, if the act is not clearly defined as a crime, then we cannot punish them. That would be prejudicial, Your Honor, to the person, no, who's now accused of committing this act that is punishable. So we agree on that note, Mr. President. I think what I'd like to focus here is on the fact that we want them to follow these rules and regulations. And if they clearly fall within it, this law, this bill, which we hope will become a law, should not be used as an excuse not to comply if they fall within the purview of those laws. If they don't, then we are not creating a new penalty here, Your Honor.
So,
Or a new crime. We are not creating a new crime.
yes, Mr. President. So maybe we just be conscious of Section 6 when we finalize the measure, that if we really want to make the users of non-motorized vehicles and electric personal mobility devices subject to existing penalties, then my appeal is we follow our general rule, diba? If we can
Yes, Your Honor.
specify what acts in the proper period, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Yes, and
Your Honor, offhand, this representation does not intend to define all these laws and specify new coverages. Perhaps in the period of amendment, and His Honor is more than welcome to make a proposal, but we will also study it and perhaps provide language that is clearer, such that the intention will be clear that this law does not exempt them from complying and being subject to the being penalized if they are covered by other laws. So
But
that
as of-
it's
yes,
not as if we're creating new crimes, Your Honor, or new acts that are penalized, Your Honor.
But as of just to clarify, Mr. President, as of the moment, for example, some of these laws, traffic laws that I have mentioned, do not cover them
Then they're not covered, Your Honor.
because they are non-motorized, for example. Because RA 4136 covers motor vehicle. So automatic
Yes.
automatic na po yun.
Non-motorized, hindi siya covered. Yes, Your Honor, hindi siya covered.
Yes, but you know, may mga mahalagang ano dito, for order's sake. Andito si overtaking, andito si signaling, turning at intersections, andito si reckless driving, andito si obstruction of traffic, driving or parking on sidewalk, mga ganon ba? So parang applicable din dapat, but yun lang po yung aking caution. I don't think we can just by a phrase make traffic laws without specifying them, you know, applicable to the users of non-motorized vehicles and electric personal mobility devices. But of course, if you want to have order, there must be some, di ba, consequence to
Yes, Your Honor.
disorderly
Yes.
or reckless behavior.
Well, if His Honor would prefer, we can delete the word laws and just refer to rules and regulations, so that those would be.
And anyway, Mr. President, we'll have time to study. I'm just
Yeah,
pointing
sure.
this out so that
Yes.
our attention will be called
Yes.
to Section 6.
And I will repeat, Your Honor, the intention here is as applicable. So there is no intention to be creative in the application. Kasi may penalty di ba? So ang ating interpretation should always be restrictive when there's a penalty. We cannot broaden that and say, sakop ka, therefore you'll be penalized. Just to be clear and to put on record, that is not the objective, Your Honor.
Yes. So thank you for that, Mr. President. And in my opinion, kasi if we say as applicable, then it's still as unclear as if we are not really pinpointing the acts, di ba? As applicable, so there's no guidance on the behavior of the person, Mr. President. But anyway, as I've stated, we have time to
Okay.
go
Yes,
over
Your
this and pursue the subject matter. One last attention na lang, one last point na lang po yung which part of the safe pathway is that where the pedestrians and possibly with baby strollers are allowed to mix with persons using electric personal mobility devices? Which one? Doon po yata sa walkway po yun?
Yes, dun po
Yes.
yun. Dun po yun.
Ay, yun lang po, yung nung nadaanan ko po ito, medyo nag-worry lang po ako kasi hindi ko ma-picture kasi sa future ano itong mga electric personal mobility devices na isabay natin sa may mga pedestrians, may mga parents dyan, na may mga strollers ng bata, baka po magkaroon ng collision, aksidente at makasama pa po.
Yes, Your Honor. This representation has taken time to visualize any possible mixed use and with safety always in mind. Again, because I'm a biker and I've also had the opportunity to bike or walk or run or walk while my children were using a scooter. They're not that small anymore. But with that in mind, we recognize that every LGU, every street would have different characteristics, and there really cannot be a one-size-fit-all here. So the general idea, Your Honor, is that there would be a separate walkway. So what we had hoped is that for areas that can accommodate a separate walkway and a separate bike lane and a separate motorized lane, and I showed a picture of a video actually of the roads in Korea, that would be ideal. And we even have such a road in Taguig along Lakeshore. Hiwalay ang sidewalk, elevated, and then there's a bike lane, and there's even an island separating it from the road. That's ideal. but we know for a fact that cannot happen in many existing cities and communities. And so we state that they may be shared, but this would be subject to LGU. So the LGUs may ban certain types of transport, whether ang ibaban niya is, alam niyo naman sa Pilipinas, lahat naman nilalakaran, pati nga national highway, tatawiran, bawal talaga yon, di ba? There's a reason why it's prohibited. It's not safe, di ba? And you're not also supposed to see a bicycle along NLEX and SLEX. Di pa naman yata ako nakakita, but I've had the privilege of biking on a portion of NLEX before it was officially inaugurated. Naiinggit ang presiding officer. Because before it was inaugurated, and then after that, you'll get an opportunity if there's a race. We can register for that, Your Honor. But otherwise, it's very important how that is characterized and designated by the LGU.
By the LGUs.
But let's be real, Your Honor. If you go to any side road, small road in the whole Philippines, multi-use naman talaga. We're already just putting some order here because right now it's most local roads are multi-use. May jeep, may personal vehicles, may tricycle, may bisikleta, may naglalakad, may pilay, may naka-wheelchair, lahat na, walang ano. So now, we want to try to put some order there, Your Honor, to the extent that we can.
Yes, and I think the important concept is safety. Kasi safe pathways yata ang
yes,
concept
Your Honor,
nito. So,
yes. You're right, Your Honor.
Well, although this infrastructure may remain the same, behavior, the expected behavior is the behavior expected is radically different from what we have right now. Mr.
What is
President.
predominant right now?
Yes.
But if you go to Iloilo City, which I've had the pleasure of going, may we know from the presiding officer if he has bike there?
Yes, Iloilo has probably one of the nicest infrastructure right now. No? They have built-in bike lanes and pedestrian lanes that are really dedicated.
Yes. So it is possible, no, to change outlooks, no, to change behavior. Sabi nga dun sa Field of Dreams, kung naaalala niyo po yung movie na yan, if you build it, they will come. So that's our hope, Your Honor. When I say build, I'm not just referring to infrastructure. I'm referring to building the system, building this network, creating those habits, changing the behavior. Then people will be able to adapt to that use.
Okay, so I hope LGU ordinances will be quick to react to the need, especially if this measure becomes a law. So, Mr. President, so I wish this measure all the best. If we pass this, I hope for its smooth implementation, wala nang turf war, walang pinpointing kung kanisinong may responsibility to do what. So one final point na lang siguro, Mr. President, so that we will be inspired. May we know from the sponsor, aside from South Korea, any other place, city, state, which we can
visit,
research on, or use as the model, the possible look and feel of the LGUs, of our LGUs when this becomes a law which is properly implemented, Mr. President.
Mr. President, my last official trip before COVID prevented travel was to visit a foundation in Denmark called the Happiness Institute. And I was pleasantly surprised because I've heard and I've seen with my own eyes in Amsterdam, very bikeable city. I'm told that is it in Amsterdam? I'll ask my staff to double check, no, but if it's in the Netherlands where the number of bikes outnumber the number of people, no, not the number of cars, outnumber people. So that's Amsterdam. And then when I went to Denmark, some of the sidewalks were exactly the same level as the streets. So I'm walking on the sidewalk. I will demonstrate. I'm walking on the sidewalks, and the bikes are really left and right beside me because I'm not
Para
even,
ma-record.
I'm walking on the sidewalk and the bike, I was saying that the bikes were beside me left and right because it's not elevated. And ito naman po, Your Honor, and ang pinaglalaban ng ibang active transport group na ayaw nga nila nung elevated walkways kasi papahirap pa daw sa tao yan. No, may point naman sila. I was in Singapore also. Part of active transport is there's a lot of elevated walkways para hindi pampahirap sa tao. May elevator and escalator options. So these are different ways that other countries and cities have adopted. My point in Denmark was that that's how king of the road yung bikers. So sila pa yung mas nagme-may-ari ng daan. Same with Tokyo. In Tokyo, I recall I even saw underground parking for the bikes. Like you put in your card, your credit card, you put in your bike, it will go down. When you're finished working, you put it back. So actually, Mr. President, maraming bansa na ang nag-adapt. And if before, the non-availability of cars were viewed as, of motor vehicles were viewed as a sign of lack of development, it's the reverse now. The more non-motorized, the more active transport there is, the more it is a sign of development because they're letting people take over the roads in that sense, Mr. President.
So thank you for that information, Mr. President. I'd like to thank our sponsor for the patience. I have been clarified, and I wish the sponsor all the best, and I'm looking forward to the smooth, proper, and successful implementation of this measure as law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you to our distinguished minority leader and sponsor of the measure. Mr. President, there being no other members who wish to interpolate on the measure, I move that we close the period of interpolations and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the period of interpolation is hereby terminated.
I suppose, Mr. President, as I was listening attentively to the exchanges of the two colleagues of ours, the period of amendments would come on Monday, if I'm not mistaken. Senator Pia, Monday na. So I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1290 under Committee Report number 2. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 10, Section 13 of the Rules of the Senate, I move to elect Senator Nancy Binay as chairperson of the Committee on Ethics and Privileges. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, Senator Nancy Binay is hereby elected as chairperson of the Committee on Ethics and Privileges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, pursuant to Section 18 of the Rules of the Senate, may I just manifest for the record the creation of the following subcommittees upon the instruction of the chairperson of Committee on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Senator Francis Chis Escudero. Number 1, Subcommittee on Philippine Qualifications Framework in relation to Senate Bill number 364, the Lifelong Learning Development Framework Act, and PS Resolution number 15, status of the implementation of Republic Act number 10968, or the Philippine Qualifications Framework Act, to be chaired by this representation, Mr. President. Number 2, Subcommittee on Education Roadmap Act in relation to Senate Bill number 11, Education Roadmap Act, to be chaired by Senator Pia S. Cayetano. Number 3, Subcommittee on Revitalized Reserve Officers Training Corps Act in relation to Senate Bill number 468, Revitalized Reserve Officers Training Corps Act, to be chaired by Senator Bato de la Rosa. I so manifest, Mr. President.
The manifestation is noted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to transfer proposed Senate Resolution number 8. This is vetting process of the nominees that will compose the Marawi Compensation Board, originally referred to the Committee on Rules, to the Special Committee on Marawi City Rehabilitation and Victims Compensation. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President, and with the consent of the body, I move to transfer Senate Resolution number 185 from the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality to the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs as primary committee and secondarily be referred to the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality instead. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to transfer the secondary referral of SB number 173. This is the Protection of Traditional Knowledge, Traditional Cultural Expression, and Genetic Resources Act from Committee on Basic Education to Committee on Culture and the Arts while retaining its primary referral to Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, so transferred.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, with the consent of the body, I move to transfer the secondary referral of SB number 160. This is amending Republic Act number 11223 or the Universal Healthcare Act from Committee on Finance to Committee on Migrant Workers and to make tertiary referral thereof to Committee on Finance. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
One more manifestation.
Yes, Mr. President, the distinguished lady from Taguig and Pateros would like to be recognized. I move that we recognize Senator Pia Cayetano.
Yes, Senator P. Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm ready to go. My bag is on my shoulder. But I just wanted to share because when session started and there were so many people, my, what do you call this again? Carbon dioxide monitor registered a 1,000 plus reading and it was beeping. So now, because there's less people, it's 664. So we should work some more now that it's safe. I'm just kidding, Your Honor. So yeah, that's the point, Your Honor.
Obviously, the distinguished lady from Taguig Pateros is not wearing her mask. Finally, because of that. I'm just kidding.
Thank you
That's all, Your Honor.
thank you for the manifestation. Likewise, I'd like to greet the lady from Pateros. Congratulate you in advance for your sponsorship of Safe Pathways as a biker myself.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Presiding Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, because this is today is the birthday of our SecGen, Mr. President, I will move, Mr. President, that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, September 19, 2022.
Is there an objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, September 19, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, happy birthday to SecGen Bantug.
Happy birthday.